Tuturuan ko lang sila. Tapos, para may iba. Ito lang ako sa harap. Saan kaya next? Ikot ako, nandito na ika. Dito yung dadaan next eh. Dito yung sa akin.
That's part of the culinary
Oh, sige.
give the opportunity to encourage the young people
I cannot cut this.
surprise na mo din.
Hi. So.
Bili ka B-mount bro, B-mount boss. B-mount. Mamaya. Ang si boss oh. It's live. Sorry. Dyan sila agad o, yun ang mga security. Mga ano nyo. Dyan sila agad.
It's always good to see you. Yeah, good. The technology is fantastic. Yeah. It's really great. Thank you.
Oh.
So these means, also the lunchtime activity
US potatoes.
can be
Welcome.
One solution fully for frozen bakery regeneration, eventually proofing of ready-to-proof items and so on. We want to show you how fast
So what we do
in the case of the
free competition as well with the potatoes. So it's not just mashed potatoes. No, we challenge the chefs to be very creative using either fresh, dehydrated,
Okay, I see. So basically here,
sweet potatoes or
the
non-potatoes.
operation.
And it's not USA potatoes, it's potatoes USA. Or Canada gets very upset whenever I say my speech.
We are saving,
Amoy tuyo.
saving time.
Mga security na boss. Mga security.
Because that's what people want. They want to save money, but saving money doesn't mean only buying
Napalis kami. Hindi ako umalis.
but you don't know maintenance, problems, and so on. So what we want is
Just to
save
show
money in the long
we
run.
have, you might be surprised, we have different varieties. You know this
Excuse me.
I saw them in a chips.
Ito mabango dito.
Yes. Yeah, chips. Yeah. And you know these have the same antioxidant as the pears. Oh, amazing. Yes. So these are new items we will eventually, yes, you see.
Yeah, I tried this in chips. I have chips.
So it has all the nutrition of a potato and it's visually beautiful. Thank you as well.
Yeah.
Beets and wedges. Beets and wedges, the oven says, I am replace the meat in the barbecue sauce, in the basket, so it's easy to load, easy to unload, and just easy to use. And then we prepare our plates for the set. We know we have 12 pieces of wheat.
So we use the US meat in our competition as well. So we do a practical cookery class where they have to cook 3 plates of a main course. But we don't let them use tenderloin and ribeye and sirloin, which everyone eats in a steakhouse. So they have to be creative with like the secondary cuts.
The flank, the chop.
So some of those cuts of meat that aren't as expensive. So being creative in the kitchen is part of our job as well. To help the bottom line.
And also sustainability.
So boss.
1 minute 45 seconds.
You use the whole animal.
Dahil ka sa alis na to.
You can make it in different
Ah, pabalik pala.
It can
Sorry.
be sriracha, it can be spicy sauce, it can be honey mustard, it can be many different flavors.
Dito pa rin sa akin.
Very nice. So in here,
And we save 40%
now that
on energy.
we don't have the chopping board,
So it's a fantastic machine.
we can
But
open
you know,
finally
that's what a lot of the
our
chefs have to look
intellectual
for
program.
nowadays as well, is how we can continue to system
So
pieces
we have 18 pieces. We will move them to the other end. So I know what I can put the croissant. Now look at it. I take the spatula, like a cafe, right? This one. double up the capacity of ICCA Abu Dhabi. But next year, I'm sure you'll see us bigger and better. And that's what the ICCA Day is all about.
ICCA, well done. ICCA.
Conrad Hilton, one of the most visionary minds in global hospitality, once said, "To achieve big things, you have to have big dreams."
That our success depends on our customer success.
The best culinary training centres in the UAE.
Dinner is now served. Please enjoy the food, the company, and the celebration. We look forward to many more milestones together. Thank you and bon appetit.
Made sure that judges are as impartial as possible. I think every criteria was covered well by the app.
Amazing to use this feature. It's really new and great learning for us too, because we are learning the system, but it's a great tool for the future.
We can say this is how you run a competition, this is how you judge your competition, and of course then it's going to be captured in blockchain, so it's never going to go anywhere. And it's so secure, but it's so authentic, and it's accredited. So that's the main point for us in the culinary world and in the competition world, that it's truth. training centres in the UAE is the way I see what Sandy and his team of people have done over the last 20 years.
What makes a really difference is the 200 young Emiratis we are training through structured program, the future of the industry will seamlessly integrate, effectively deliver and excel in times to come. Within the end of first year, we are now deciding to basically double up the capacity of ICCA Abu Dhabi. But next year, I'm sure you'll see us bigger and better. And that's what the ICCA way is all about.
ICCA, well done. ICCA.
Conrad Hilton, one of the most renowned minds in global hospitality, once said, "To achieve big things, you have to have big dreams."
That our success depends on our customer success.
The best culinary training centres in the UAE.
Dinner is now served. Please enjoy the food, the company, and the celebration. We look forward to many more milestones together. Thank you and bon appetit.
Made sure that judges are as impartial as possible. I think every criteria was covered well by the app.
Amazing to use this feature. It's really new and great learning for us too, because we are learning the system, but it's a great tool for the future.
We can say this is how you run a competition, this is how you judge your competition, and of course then it's going to be captured in blockchain, so it's never going to go anywhere. And it's so secure, but it's so authentic, and it's accredited. So that's the main point for us in the culinary world and in the competition world, that it's truth. Just talking, Hector. Just talking, Hector. Just blah blah. Welcome to Sharjah Expo Culinaire 2025 and also the Emirates International Salon Culinaire 2025. Here in Sharjah, our 4th outing. Really good to be back up in the Northern Emirates. Really good to actually start the day off in front of a most important part of our industry, education. The great thing about our competition and our Expo Culinaire up in Sharjah is that it brings the entire food industry together. We have education, we have chefs, we have equipment, and we have students, schools, are all here participating in the Salon Culinaire, but also in the Expo Culinaire. And when we see education being driven from the beginning, that's most important for us as chefs, to make sure that we're educating and giving our young people further education, solidifying their skills, upskilling them, and giving them plenty of experience through our competition. So let's go for a walk. We're also moving into the digital Web3 verse, whatever you want to call it. And foodverse. Is now going to bring us forward into the competition and education realm that will be basically every one of these becomes a school. Every one of these becomes a training guide. Every one of these becomes a communication tool for chefs globally around the world. And through the ICCA Foodverse app, we want to be able to develop and reach out to people to give them opportunities. Some of the great opportunities we have within the exhibition, of course, is with the exhibitors. So we have equipment, we have fruits and vegetables, we have a giant pineapple, we have potatoes, we have bread, we have ready-made, we have different dairy products, we have machinery for laundries, machinery for kitchens. So this exhibition is also very important for the entire food industry of the UAE. So the good thing is that we have a great platform for people to come and visit, people to come and see, but also to interact not only with the chefs, but also with the industry at large as well. As we move past our next area, we're always looking at how we can improve upon and what we can do new for the chefs to teach, be taught, and also to participate in. And here we have, for the 2nd year now, our Sunbula Mills Artisanal Bakery competition, where we have teams of bakers who have come here this morning, and they're now competing over 2 days. So for the last 4 hours, they're preparing their doughs, and we give them flour, we give them salt, and we give them water. And Chef Gunther is the head judge. Chef Gunther is a master baker, originally from Germany, living up in Sweden. And Chef Gunther is our master of bread production. And then he watches along with our local judges, Chef Bernard and Chef Peter, and along with Chef Jürgen, all of whom are bakers, all of whom are professionals. But what's great is that we have the opportunity to bake fresh bread, make fresh dough, prove the dough, let it rise overnight, bake tomorrow morning a mixture of artisan breads, pastries for breakfast, and then the next team that comes in this afternoon is doing their bakery preparation for tomorrow. These teams, they will go out in a few hours' time, they come back tomorrow and they do baking. So it's a 2-day competition that is unique to this part of the world. No one else is doing this sort of competition in the UAE. There's a few around the world. Chef Gunther, he does the international bakery competition. Hong Kong, Singapore, China, they also do some bakery, but we're trying to build this competition to be something very, very interesting and very, very innovative for the future. We have people all the way down from Qatar. We have Chef David Sasson, who is the president of the Qatar chefs up in Qatar, but he's also, more importantly, he heads up the food and beverage and the of Qatar Duty Free. So he heads up at Hamid Airport, and he's running all the F&B, he's running all the kitchens, and also bringing in the new outlets, including a Harrods. So he's a busy man. Yes. He's a bit like me, was in the kitchen on the stove, but now more managing, yeah? Yes. Like myself, we generally manage, Chef. But good to see you. See you. And David's got a couple of boys competing as well, yes. And also, which is the great thing for the global chef. One of the competitions we'll see a little bit later on. What's happening on our left? We also have several live kitchen areas or cooking areas that we for our practical demonstrations. Here we have the first round for the students. All these guys cooking at the moment are students, either from ICCA school or from DCT, the Dubai College of Tourism. And what they're doing is a soup and sandwich class by one of our partners, Chef's Palette. In the back we have the cakes, so we also do practical cake decoration here as well. Again, brought to us by one of our partners, and we have this opportunity to utilize our partners' products. We have a great array of partners. Master Baker, IFCO have been with us many years, and of course anything that they help us with is great for their industry, great for our industry, because it also brings new products to the chefs. Along with the cookery and the practical cookery, we also have what we call our static displays, where we ask the chefs to do everything from showpieces, which could be chocolate, wedding cakes, beautiful open showpieces, sugar work, and you see some of the work here is absolutely fantastic. So we also have our group of judges from around the world, and we see some beautiful showpieces here. And what do we look for within the showpieces is realism, is balance, is something that would be beautiful to put on a buffet, and something that is unique that brings the people into your hotel to really look and see what they can come up with. Herr Müller, good to see you. This man here is Dr. Müller from Dr. Müller's
German ice cream factory.
German ice cream factory, as he whispered into the microphone. His shop up here, or it's not a shop, I do him a discourtesy, it's a factory, fully sustainable. What does that mean? He's not connected to any power, and he recycles all his own water, he has solar power, and he creates flavors of ice creams that no one else does.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you, mate. Thank you, sir.
See you later.
So the showpieces are a very important part of the competition. Beautiful carved blocks of chocolate from Velish, which is another one of our partners. We have sugar flowers. We have all sorts of different displays, from pumpkin carving, vegetable carving, and also this one is the Hug tartlet class. So a presentation of sweet desserts made with the Hug tartlets. And then, of course, we have our little booth of Emirates Culinary Guild. And one of the things that we're doing this year, we're partnering up with something called the Burnt Chef Project. The Burnt Chef Project's around mental health and how to make ourselves and our chefs lead a more balanced lifestyle. So the Burnt Chef Project is something that we have partnered with Chris Hall over in the UK. And it's an important project to help the young people get through the trials and tribulations of working in the culinary industry and the hospitality industry. And we're also, with our jacket partner, our uniform supplier Ronai, we're looking at how we could actually recycle our jackets. Many of our jackets, we only wear them once for the competition, so they're not very sustainable. They then get hung up in your cupboard, and then if you're like me, you have 60, 70 jackets sitting in your cupboard. Doesn't really help the environment, it's not very sustainable. So we're bringing all our old jackets down to Ronai, and they're going to recycle the jackets into new material. So again, sustainability and being green is not just about saving the trees or using vegetables. It's really about the whole cycle of sustainability, and that's what we're working on in the Emirates Culinary Guild. Ice carving, of course, is a great, a beautiful display, a great skill. So we have one of the boys doing his single block of ice. We have our partners, Emirates Flight Catering, down here. They're doing a bit of a career show to explaining to people what happens, how you can get employed by Emirates Airlines. Fantastic. Many of our partners at Amtech are here with the hook tartlets. And then, of course, in the kitchens where they're doing the practical cookery, we have our kitchen partner, which is Ginox, our oven company, which is Convotherm. We have Low Professional, and then we also have hygiene, and hygiene is extremely important. So we have a hygiene company called Ecolab, and we also use our friends from Talk to do their products for cleaning and sanitizing. Another bread display here is fantastic. So this one is done with freshly baked breads that would have been cooked this morning. They come down and then they're judged as well. And this one is a little bit different to the practical cookery because here we want to see a showpiece. So we have some beautiful showpieces, plus we have the loaves, the rolls, the breakfast pastries, and then of course any competition would not be anything without judges. So we're very lucky to have Anne Brown, who comes down every year from the UK. Anne runs a school up in the UK, but she's also known as the Marzipan Queen. So her expertise is pastry, and so we bring experts like Anne, coupled with some of our own experts like Jacoda, who's been down here for years, one of the greatest kitchen artists we have and pastry artists, so we get them trained as judges as well. And then of course, one of the highlights that the ladies always like to see is the wedding cakes. And again this year, we've had a group come in from Sri Lanka, from Clement's school, and the young ladies have come and brought their cakes to the UAE to put on display and to show us their skills and the skills of what that school can do. And if you look at some of the work and some of the detail in some of these cakes, it's unbelievable. All the flowers are made by hand, all the small pieces of work are done by hand, the filigree work done by hand, nothing's done in a mold, nothing's bought from somebody, this is made by hand. And again, this is what we want to be showing in a culinary competition. One, so people like David Thomas, who have been here longer than any of us, and used to be with a company, now with another company, now is trying to probably sell something like a fuel burner or something. But David's a great partner. He was chef with Uwe in the Intercontinental many years ago. Great partners like Unox, who are with us, Barakat, of course. Barakat Fruits and Vegetables, they've been one of our strongest supporters over the years. Barakat, they help us through sponsorship. They sponsor us with fruits and vegetables and for the carving. And the team of Barakat have always supported us since the early days since early 1990s. They've always been by our side. So we have a lot of history in the country. We have a lot of history with many of our great partners, and it's really comforting. Now I'm past president of the Emirates Culinary Guild, but many of our partners are still with us and still engaged and still happy to support not me, not the executives, but the young chefs and the Emirates Culinary Guild, because they, like us, see value. We see the value in them. They see our value to them. And to be able to work so long for nearly 30 years with some of these partners, it's really a great show of respect between both of us. So I'm very happy with companies like Barakat and IFCO, Taza. Some of these bigger companies are really good and supportive. We then have more showpieces, the beautiful flower showpieces, 4 plates of desserts by Arla Pro. Again, Arla Pro is a great supporter of ours. Arla Pro supply some of the pastry items which then the chefs have to use in their creations. So we get the recipes and we save the recipes. And with our new platform called Foodverse, where we've started to use Foodverse Compete, Foodverse Compete is an end-to-end solution for culinary competitions, because the competitors, they register, they choose which class they want to participate in, they upload their photographs, they upload their recipe sheets, they choose which time they want to come and display or come and cook. And then also we use it as a judging platform. And we in the Emirates Culinary Guild, we run and work with the World Association of Chef Society's platform of judging. We follow the same guidelines, and we've built into the app or it's really a super app, the whole background and back technology of judging. So all the judges are using their own personal device to judge. This is then saved in the cloud, but actually it goes into blockchain. And from blockchain it sits there, but we're also able to look at the history in 10 years time, 15 years time, 20 years time. We do the certification through the platform as well. So digital certificates are sent to the competitors as soon as we have the results. And so this is the first time in the UAE we've used such a platform of digital judging. And we really are excited to see how the chefs, both young and old, actually get to work with it, engage with the app, because we want to drive this forward to not only be something for competitions, but something to be for the food industry. And Foodverse is a super app wrapped up around education, wrapped up around industry, and it's really for the food industry, from farmers to chefs to the customer, and most importantly, the education. Education will continue to play a huge role in our business, and if we as senior leaders in food and beverage and culinary do not drive education, do not support the young people, do not continuously push them to learn, upskill them and fortify and cement their skills, we will see our industry die away. And so again, back to sustainability. What is sustainable? And we need to really think on a wider scope and a wider platform of sustainability, exactly what it means to us, what it means to the customer, and what it means to countries and to the world. So beautiful, beautiful showpieces. And then of course we move into one of the highlight areas of the competition. This year we're very lucky, once again we're hosting here the semi-finals for the Global Chef Challenge. Global Chef Challenge semi-finals for Africa and Middle East are taking place behind us. Today we've already had Syria, Morocco, the UAE and Qatar, Egypt competing. We're looking at 4 categories, and the winners of each category will go to what's called the Congress, or the World Congress, in May in 2026 in Wales, where the winners will represent the Africa and Middle East region, and they'll represent their hotel, their chef, they'll represent their national society against the best chefs in the world under the umbrella of the World Chefs. So this is today and tomorrow, and we will, by the end of tomorrow, we'll have our winners. So there'll be 1 winner from the senior group, 1 winner from the pastry group, 1 winner from the vegan group, and 1 young chef, all of who are vying for that first prize or the first place. So they're selected to go and compete in the final in Wales in May in 2026. So again, an international exposure, something that's really, really important to give our young people, is to give them the opportunity to travel. Not only just to stay in the UAE, but give them the opportunity to learn, then to travel outside. We have been very lucky also with many of our partners like Master Baker, like Hoog, like Convertherm. They give us prizes for educational tours into factories, into oven factories, chocolate factories, pastry factories, bread manufacturing factories, along with education, and also they get to visit some of the great restaurants around the world and also to experience a different culture. And that's all sponsored by our partners. So what the partners do for us is really for our young chefs, and to be able to give them an opportunity to travel for 5 to 7 days, it really is a trip of a lifetime. Also, what we have happening is what we call our National Cuisine Challenge. This is a new competition that we've introduced into the Salon Culinaire, and we have 11 national cuisine teams. They're not national culinary teams, it's national cuisine. So we're standing in front of Indonesia. So there's 5 people working. They have to produce a traditional Indonesian 3-course family dinner. So Chef Adin is leading the team. Many of these chefs have been here for many, many years. We have the Consul General from Indonesia coming down to taste the food. But what they're doing is their traditional, indigenous or national cuisine. 2 appetizers, 2 main courses and accompaniments, plus desserts. And maybe they'll serve some garnishes like the little prawn crackers. They'll do a little sambal, they'll do an achari or whatever it is that they would traditionally serve their food with in home. This is not about fine dining, this is not about Michelin star, this is about tradition, culture, heritage, and to give an exposure not to them but to the public, to the people that are going to come and dine, to the international judges that are actually judging the cuisine. So Chef Hani is from Egypt. He's the representative from Egypt for judging. So Chef Hani comes, but he'll also stay around for judging. But this is an opportunity for someone like Hani from Egypt to really experience authentic, traditional Indonesian cuisine, because it's being made by Indonesians. Yeah, it's not a European chef or a Chinese chef trying to do their interpretation. This is what their mothers and grandmothers have taught them. So this is a really exciting cuisine. And this is also, for me, around sustainability, sustaining the national cuisine of a country, making sure it doesn't die away. And we've got 11 countries here this week. Again, it's our partners from Taza. They have helped us to sponsor some of the ingredients. Here we have our friends from Sri Lanka. So Chef Damika, who has worked in our pastry team for many, many years, he's leading the team. He's from the Pullman, Dera City Centre, and they're doing traditional Sri Lankan food. Now, Damika asked me yesterday if he could bring a gas burner to make his string hopper, but unfortunately he can't, so I don't know what he's going to do about the string hoppers, but I can see and smell already that we've got some beautiful traditional flavors coming out of this kitchen from Sri Lanka. So it's an appetizer, it's main courses and dessert again. Next kitchen we move into, of course, this is which country, Chef? India, of course. We're very lucky to have the Consul General coming to eat tonight. This is Chef Trevor. Chef Trevor's down here, or up here from South Africa. Trevor's a member of the South African Chefs Association. He's also come here to judge and eat, by the look of him, and also to learn about Indian cuisine firsthand. Not that he needs that down in South Africa, but maybe the Indonesian and Sri Lankan he's going to learn something as well. So Trevor and Hani will judge, but they'll also learn. And so it's always this two-way combination that is so important for us to see. And our last kitchen is our Italian friends. Now, how we managed to get all these Italians together, I'm not too sure, but I don't think they're all Italian. But as long as 2 of them are Italian, we're happy. So basically,
Raise the hand for the
Italians. Francesco is there, Madame is there. Yeah, even the steward believes he's Italian. Good man, everyone put their hand up. Raffaello, ciao bello. So again, another national cuisine team. We want to see beautiful Italian food. We want to see the guys producing what their mothers and grandmothers produced. We know Italian food is possibly the most favorite food in the world. There's always a race between Chinese cuisine and Italian food of what is the most popular. So we're very lucky to have 4 countries representing the globe cooking on this first day here. And we've got teams out of Emirates Airlines, teams out of the Pullman Hotel, for example, teams out of JLT Movenpick. So we don't just have 5-star hotels, we have all sorts of hotels as well. And then the greatest thing is that the people will come and dine and eat. So again, the competition is sustainable, because that's the most important thing. We don't want to throw the food away. Why do they cook it? We look at it and throw it away. We want to make sure that they actually eat and savor and really understand and experience what these chefs have gone through for the last 2.5 to 3 hours of cooking. And the more practical cookery and the more tasting competitions we can do are the most important part of our industry at the moment. And then of course the judges are set up. We have our judging table, we have a photography session, and so the whole competition is focused on culinary, food, equipment, education, partnerships, friendships, camaraderie, and sustainability to make sure that we in the hospitality industry don't get taken over by AI, which will never happen, yeah, but we need to understand how technology can help us as cooks and also help us in business. But most important for us in the Emirates Culinary Guild is giving our youngsters the opportunity to shine, giving them a platform where they can showcase their skills, win a gold medal, hopefully, win a silver medal, gain experience that then gives them a greater position on their CV for future jobs, maybe in 1 year, 5 years or 10 years. But that's why we do what we do here at the Emirates Salon Culinaire 2025 in Sharjah Expo in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates in Expo Culinaire. Cut.
Oscar.
culinary training centres in the UAE is the way I see what Sanji and his team of people have done over the last 20 years.
What makes a really difference is the 200 young Emiratis we are training through structured program, the future of the industry who will seamlessly integrate effectively the work and excel in times to come. Within the end of first year, we are now deciding to basically double up the capacity of ICCA Abu Dhabi. By next year, I'm sure you'll see us bigger and better. And that's what the ICCA Day is all about.
ICCA, well done. ICCA.
Conrad Hilton, one of the most visionary minds in global hospitality, once said, "To achieve big things, you have to have big dreams."
That our success depends on our customer success.
The best culinary training centres in the UAE.
Dinner is now served. Please enjoy the food, the company, and the celebration. We look forward to many more milestones together. Thank you and bon appetit.
Made sure that judges are as impartial as possible. I think every criteria was covered well by the app.
Amazing to use this feature. It's really new and great learning for us too, because we are learning the system, but it's a great tool for the future.
We can say this is how you run a competition, this is how you judge your competition, and of course then it's going to be captured in blockchain, so it's never going to go anywhere. And it's so secure, but it's so authentic, and it's accredited. So that's the main point for us in the culinary world and in the competition world, that it's truth.
Hi, my name is Aya. I'm Lebanese. I'm 23 years old. I majored in food science and management in university. During my last year of university, I started doing my research on culinary schools in the Middle East, and ICCA was one of the first and most impressive schools that I found. Ever since I was a kid, I've been in the kitchen with my mom and my grandma. I love to watch what they're doing, what they're cooking, what they're baking. The older I grew, the more I started helping them and participating with them in the kitchen. I loved being there. It was like my therapy. I knew from that moment that this is my biggest passion and that I need to pursue it. I'm so grateful for our chef instructors for always pushing us to be better, a better version of ourselves. They can be harsh sometimes, but I know it's for our own benefit. The end result will be so worth it. I'm so grateful for every single one of them. The rest is history.
I started back in 2020, where all this pandemic started, and my small home bakery, from brownies to birthday cakes, my small skills brought me here to ICCA to acknowledge more and learn from some amazing chefs here. Something about myself: I've worked in hospitality for around a year and a half to 2 years. I would like to introduce myself as a home baker. This is where all this journey started. My favorite memory starts from the first day we entered ICCA, from sitting on those chairs as introduction to the last day of making breads and croissants. Each and every moment, second, was filled up of memories and journey that would never be forgotten by each and every one of us. After ICCA, I do see myself in the next 3-4 years putting up a business that can lead to people's heart, and we can just make products like cakes and desserts much more interesting for them and appetizers for them, so they can enjoy much more of each and every meal they have. My experience in ICCA has been an amazing journey. My decision I took, the people that really pushed me through, my parents, my family, my cousins, my sisters, a big shout out to my sisters. The biggest lesson I have learned here is go on. We make mistakes and we move forward.
Hi, my name is Tarun. I'm from Sri Lanka. I'm 18 years old. Culinary has really been a passion since a young age. I've been following this passion for 18 years now. It really started when I started cooking with my mom. Being able to work with different people from different backgrounds, with the skills and knowledge that I've learned from ICCA, it'll help me to be confident in my work. This will also ensure that I'm able to improve on myself and become the better version than I was the previous day. ICCA really showed me what I actually have, my fullest potential, what I'm able to do, because before joining ICCA, I was not that confident in the dishes I was able to put out. After these 3 months, I'm actually proud of myself and the dishes that I'm able to make. So a last message to ICCA would be keep doing what you're doing best. Really want to thank the chef instructors. They were really the backbone to all of our successes. You can see the passion in them to provide us the knowledge and become better versions of ourselves.
I worked in a telecom company for the last 12 years, but then decided to become a food blogger, food traveler in order to cook what I'm craving. I need to learn all the basics, all the tips and tricks. There's always room to learn, there's always room to explore. This is why I'm here in ICCA. Myself in social media, basically it reflects my life. I always get questions, do you always eat? It's not eating, it's tasting, but yeah, I love my social life. So many people to feed and make them happy, or so many restaurants to explore. I even went through a marathon of exploring almost huge number in one day. So yeah, it's a crazy passion, and I think it will never end. I think it's the confidence. It's the word when my teacher calls me chef, gave me motivation, and they gave us really hard time. But yeah, it's the confidence. To all my teachers, to everyone in ICCA administrative, to the receptions, to the even Men in Black, by the way, who cleans the dishes, and everyone here, thank you all. It was an honor to be here, and I hope I will not cry on my graduation day. Thank you all. It was really an honor to be with you guys.
The competition actually is one of the most difficult competition in the world.
you. 2, 2, 1, 2, sound check. My name is Francisco. I'm a happy chef. And I'm cutting beetroot on my hands. Not recommended. Done. Can you hear me? Yes? Yes, 21, 21, 21, 13, 14, 15. Who's getting my tissue dirty? Is it you? Are we ready? You tested the induction? Test the induction. Turns on. Yes? Done? We can start. Okay. We go. Hello, how are you? All good? Yes? Do we have another microphone? Because we're going to be making questions. It's food for, you're the microphone person. Okay, so my name is Francisco. I'm from ICCA. ICCA is the school started in 2005 here in Dubai. We opened in Abu Dhabi around 2 years ago. And we're rocking the food industry. We train many of you guys, right? We train you and we prepare you to become the future of the culinary arts in this country and hopefully in the world. Yep. We're the biggest school, we're the best school, we're the oldest school, and we're going for the world. Yep. Last year, I think we got the best MENA region or the best GCC. Our next step is going to be the best school in the world, and that's what we're working for. Okay? Today we're going to make a class. We're going to do a bit of cooking, but I'm not really interested in the cooking today. That's why I have Ankit and Rowan who are going to be doing the cooking. I'm about the talking. Yep. And we're going to be talking about history from a cooking perspective, from a chef's perspective, right? That's my interest, because who we are today, the way we rule this world, is completely related to food. Yep. People don't forget about this, but it's related to food, right? So there's one historic event that changed everything. And that historic event, when you look at it, it happened maybe thousands and thousands of years ago, is that change, and it mainly is what makes us different from the rest. And that was, what was it? Yes? What was a historic event that changed us and that put us where we are today? It was managing fire, right? Managing fire, not creating fire, because fire has been in nature forever. But it was about learning how to manage it, right? What do we use fire? We started managing fire for cooking? Not even close, right? It was managing for fire for it could be for heat, it could be for light, it could be for security. And as many things that happen in the food world, there was a mistake, right? Somebody probably hunted something, left it close to the fire, not for cooking, just so not another animal would come and steal it, because they're afraid from fire. And next day they woke up, they saw, and it looked different, right? The previous day, let's imagine it was a zebra, right? It was nice and red, yep. Next day they woke up and it was grayish probably, or brownish or something, right? And once you had made the effort to hunt it, right, you had to eat it. And they, for sure, they went and tasted it. And they saw it was different, that it had different flavor and it had a different color, right? And also, it had a different texture, because when we cook, what we do is we denature protein, right? And we make it softer. This had a huge impact. Was it an impact on the same spot? Probably not, right? It was an impact over hundreds of years. But the impact of being able to consume more protein meant that our brains grew. And we got bigger brains, we got smarter, right? And we got smarter than the rest of the guys on the hood. Yeah, we got smarter than the lion and the shark or the tiger or whatever, right? And once we became smarter, we started developing at a different speed, right? So that's the first historic event that relates to who we are today. And this is not said by a chef. This is, if you go and ask Harvard, or you go to ask, the big universities in the world, they're gonna show that this is the first big impact in human history. Yep. What do you think is the second one, Rowan? Rowan didn't study. I didn't give you the question, so he didn't study, but I'll ask Ankit. Ankit, what was the second one? Nobody studied today. So the second one was agriculture. What's agriculture, right? Before we were foragers. We would hunt and we would just move, trying to get our food. We were running around our food, right? But we came to a moment where we became smart enough and we understood that we could raise our animals. We didn't need to kill them. We could catch them and breed them and produce our own proteins. And we could get our seeds and we could plant them, right? Why is this relevant? It's relevant because when you settle, right, when you didn't have to stop running around for that harvest or animals, we settled. And when you settle, right, is where society was created. From being nomads, we settled in a place, hopefully, for sure, close to water, protection, and so on. And then we settled, and this is where society is born, right? And why society is relevant for a chef? It's relevant because in the same way that people buy a Ferrari, right, to be different, the people who are at the top of the society, they wanted to be different, right? And they wanted to be different in every extension of where they lived, what they wear, and what they ate, right? And for what they ate, they found people who were skilled in cooking, right? They were usually slaves, because that's the way, empires would grow. They would grow, and they were slaves. So you had people that were very good at cooking. They were taken into, the kitchen, and they started cooking for the rich and the nobles, right? And this is important for the chefs because they wanted to be different. So this is when we went from just eating something with no flavor, no spices, no herbs, or nothing. Cooking started developing in castles and for nobles. So that's where the chef job started, right? There were people like us, I hope, where we started, doing cooking. Okay? Do we have any questions? Nothing? Nothing? I'll keep history there, and I'll come down here to Mr. Ankit. So Ankit, what are we doing today?
Today we are making something with baby.
With tenderloin. Where's the microphone? So, today we have tenderloin. Everybody knows tenderloin? Yes? Okay, where's tenderloin from? Let's see if you studied. Huh? Microphone. Come on, Rowan. Fillet, right? Yes. And do you know where is it in the animal? Where is it located? Okay, we'll assume that Ankit is a cow now, right? So, so this will be the loins, yeah? It's going to be here under the bones. It's a hidden cut, okay? And something that we need to understand about meat, about protein, is that the tenderness of that protein is related to the amount of exercise that muscle makes, because we're eating muscle, okay? So when you look at a cow and you think a cow is going to be around 500 kilos, right? When you're a good chef, you look at that animal, you see, okay, the cut, right, that I'm taking, I need to think if it does a lot of exercise or it doesn't, right? Because if it does a lot of exercise, it will be very stiff, very hard. So when I cook it, I need to pick a cooking method that will be good for that tough cut, right? So in the case of an animal, let's say a cow, right, because this is beef, right? It will be, if you think of the mouth, all this area will be very hard because it's always chewing. When you look at cow, they're always chewing, right? They're going to go for the grass down, so the neck is going to be also stiff, right? The front section, the chuck, the brisket, is also going to be tough. The legs, you need to move 500 kilos, so it's also going to be tough, right? Now, the tenderloin, it's a muscle that the animal doesn't use at all, and that's why it's very tender. The tenderloin only represents less than 2% of the weight of the animal. Less than 2%, right? And that's why it's very expensive. Because it's very tender, right? And it's a very small percentage of the meat in an animal. Yep. Now, I always say that when you go to a restaurant and they have tenderloin on the menu, that chef doesn't know how to cook. Because it's a cut that is very easy to cook. It cooks fast, it's tender, but it won't have a lot of flavor, right? It won't have a lot of flavor, right? And you're always going to need a sauce sort of to season it, to give flavor to it. Yep. This is a big tenderloin. Yeah. This is almost 3 kilos, I think, right? So we have a lot of beef for lunch. Yeah, because we need to cook it all. The tenderloin, we have 3 parts, right? It will have a tail, that is the bottom. That it will be very different meat. If you look at this meat, it has a lot of fiber. You can see the fiber of the meat. Yes, and it breaks very easily, right? So in a restaurant, let's say a fine dining restaurant, this part, the tail, you will never serve it to customers. You will keep it usually for tartars, you will keep it for burgers, you will keep it for sandwiches, right? Because it's not going to have a lot of flavor, right? And it's going to be a bit stringy, right? So if you serve it to old people like me, it's going to get stuck into your teeth. Yeah, so usually you don't serve it to customers, right? Then I'm going to have the body. And I'll come back to the body. Then I'm going to have the head, that is the top. That this meat is a bit stiffer, harder, but will be very close on texture to this one. So usually, in a fine dining restaurant, you would use it for a second preparation. A tartare, a burger, a minute steak, for sandwiches and so on, right? And then I'm going to cut here. We're going to cook this anyways, yeah? And this will be the body. This is, how do we call it in the kitchen? Filet mignon. Okay? This is the expensive stuff. This is very, very expensive because it's already a expensive cut where we are going to have to lose this. Not lose it, right? But we're not going to be able to sell it at the same price as this. So my cost immediately went up. Yep. Today I'm using tenderloin because I don't have a lot of time. I don't have an oven here. I need to cook fast in a pan. That's why I'm using a tenderloin. But I'm from Chile, in South America. We eat a lot of beef. I really never buy tenderloin. I'll buy ribeye or sirloin or, you know, nicer cuts, okay? So what are we gonna do with this? We're gonna make just some skewers. We're gonna cut nice cubes, sort of the same size, and then we're just gonna put them in oil and we're gonna saute them, right? We're gonna season it with salt. When we're finished, we're gonna put cracked pepper, right? Because we want the punginess of the pepper to be fresh. If we cook it with the pepper in the pan, we're gonna lose that punginess and it's gonna become just a bit spicy. But we're gonna lose all that fresh aromas of freshly cracked pepper, okay? Got it? So, yes, I could put garlic. I could put garlic, I could put anything. Anything, as I wish. I could marinate it, right? If it's fine dining, I could roll it, you know, and shape it perfectly so it's perfectly round and so on and so on and so on. It's a very easy to use cut. Very, very easy. I find it so easy. Yep. So, I'll just show Mr. Ankit the size I want, and then we're gonna let him cut. How do you like your beef, by the way? Medium? 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 Everybody's okay with medium? Medium well? Medium? You like, okay. That's a big mistake, huh? Big mistake. Okay? So I want them all this size. Okay? Yep. Can you do it? Okay, we're gonna leave Mr. Ankit there. We want all the meat, Ankit, because everybody is very hungry. So we need 2 more. And we're gonna come back to history. Remember, we were agriculture, first cooks were slaves, and they were cooking for rich people. So that's where the cooking got developed, for the rich, right? The rest, there was maybe a 3% who were able to eat good food, cooked by professionals. Everybody else was eating whatever they could get. Whatever they could get. Yep. So how did we went from here, from being a slave in the back of the kitchen, to who we are today, right? There was a big influence in France, right? Big, big influence in France. And that's why a lot of us use a white jacket, yeah? But the main influence comes from Italy. Italy, you know, in the Renaissance, right? There was a renaissance of culture, of art, and so on. This also affected kitchens, the kitchen, right? And there was this lady, Catalina de Medici. I think it's Catalina de Medici? Or Carolina? I think it's Catalina. No, I'm confused now. I got confused. Medici. Medici. Okay? And she married the King of France. And when she married, she took all her entourage with her cooks, with her pastry chefs, and she's the responsible of bringing cutlery into France. Yeah? And then in France, there was a big development also that happened. Okay? So there was this big development. Cooking, I would say in France, there's different chefs who were very relevant. I always like talking about 2, about Antoine Carême and Auguste Escoffier, right? Antoine Carême, he's not here, but this is what he did. He was an architect, he was a pastry chef, so he was one of the first ones who started putting a lot of, you know, decoration and art into the presentation. Yep. And Auguste Escoffier, he wrote a book that is still available. At ICCA, you're going to find it at both places. And it became sort of a Bible for cooking, right? What else was he important? Because of the uniform, is what he imposed the uniform. And he was called to the military, right? And when he went to the military, he saw the way the military works. You know, general gives an order, the colonel follows, everybody follows. So he said, we should apply the same system to the kitchen. So he's the one responsible of creating the determining or designing the kitchen brigade, where you're going to have your commis, your demi-chef de partie, your chef de partie, your sous chef, and so on and so on and so on. Okay? So he's very, very relevant. Now, what another historic event was very relevant for cooking of what we eat today, right? That usually done? Okay, you can start pan-searing, but very not loud, huh? I don't want a lot of noise. Okay? So the French Revolution, when you look at it and when you study, right, at school probably, it was a revolution about rights, about democracy, right? From a chef point of view, it was a revolution about food. Some people had a lot of food, a lot of people had very little food, right? And why is this relevant? Because remember, the chefs were cooking for the kings, queens, nobles, rich people, right? And with this revolution, all these people, or they were slaughtered, or they left. So the chefs, you know, these guys were left without a job. It's like COVID. I was related with COVID. It's sort of the same. When COVID hit, full hotels, you know, they fired 85% of their staff, 90% of their staff. And what you had to do, you had to become inventive, right? If I was good at doing bread, I would do bread and sell it in my neighborhood. If I was good at chocolate, yeah. So this meant, and this is where restaurants were born. Before the French Revolution, there were restaurants, yes, there were restaurants, but very little options, and they were always in pilgrimage roads. So we're related to pilgrimage, it's not related to, I'm gonna go and eat something outside, yep. So this is where restaurants were started, yep. And that's very relevant for who we are today, because, and this is 1800, this is 200 years, right? Before that, there was no restaurants. Chefs were only in palaces, okay? The word restaurant comes from a gentleman who opened a restaurant. He was Monsieur Boulanger. He opened a restaurant for hangover, where he had one soup, hangover. He had one soup, right, one plate, and his jingle was, "Come to me that I will restore you." So restaurant comes from restoring the body through food. That's the origin of the word, okay? So it's very relevant for who we are today, okay? Right? They went looking for a job for somewhere else, right? We're in the UAE, I'm from Chile, the other side of the world. Why did I came here? For professional development, and that's what everybody does here. So all these French chefs took his book and they took him to England, they took it to Spain, to Portugal, to Denmark, to Netherlands, to Russia, where there still were cooks. So they took their knowledge. And that's the biggest impact why you go to, when you go to cooking school, right? And you have your first class on chopping skills, the chef will say, this cut is called brunoise. And this one will be called parmentier. The reason why we use these French terms is because they wrote the book, the chef took this book, and once you have the book, it's easier to train. And that's the big influence that French cuisine will have all over the world, besides being good in everything, but that's how it got, you know, distributed. So, what are you doing here? Sorry, I have to become a chef now. Dude, remember, when we cook protein, we're looking for one reaction. That reaction is called Maillard reaction, yeah? Maillard reaction happens at what temperature? Ah. 80. First question was easy, yeah?
82.
No. Maillard reaction starts working at 110 degrees. 110 degrees, right? So that means high heat. Yep. If I cook at low heat, yep, what am I doing with the meat? Boiling. Yes. Okay? The meat is full of water, 72% water. So if I put it at low heat, it will just boil. I won't get color. I won't develop aroma. I won't develop color. It will be boring. Some people like it like that. Maybe he likes it like that, but it is wrong. Okay? So I want nice color. Everybody wants nice color. Okay? Yep. Okay. So we're going to move here. As I told you, I'm from South America. In South America, every house, not in all South America, but in Chile, in Argentina, in the south of Brazil, in Paraguay, Uruguay, we're going to have a sauce that we use for meats, and it's called chimichurri. Yep. Chimichurri, what you get here is not chimichurri. I'm really sorry about that, but chefs have become inventive and done a very bad job with chimichurri. Okay? So, what's chimichurri? Chimichurri is a sauce that is based on an acid, on vinegar. Yep. And the idea of this sauce is that you're going to eat it with meat, that it will have fat, right? So the sauce will help break the fat in your mouth, so the next bite is as good as the first one. Yep. Is there a recipe? Sort of. But every house will have their own combination of things. Yep. Today I'm going to make something different. I cut it because I didn't want to get my hands dirty, I'm being very honest. Beetroot. I really like beetroot, and I like beetroot with a lot of acidity. And I think that the sweetness works very well with the acidity and with the meat, okay? So what am I gonna put? I'm gonna put onion. Rowan, do you remember how to cut onion? Not amazingly? Okay. So I need a very small cube. Rowan, I'll cut the first one, you'll cut the next one, okay? So why do I want a small cube? Because onion is going to be quite hard, quite strong, right? So I want to keep it very, very small. I need to use a sharp knife so the onion doesn't release a lot of water. It keeps the water inside. And it will work nicely with my beetroot. Can you hold it? We can't see it through the camera. I hate these big knives. Somebody likes big knives? I hate it. I like 18, 20 centimeters, that's it. This is too big for me. And I'm just gonna cut, right, some nice cube. Chimichurri in South America, usually you're gonna make your own vinegar. So let's say in my parents' house now, because I live here, my parents' house, you're always gonna walk into the kitchen and there's gonna be a container, right, a ceramic container with a lid, but very loose, where we're gonna put all the leftover wine. So we have vinegar, and you add the leftover wine. You just put it in, white, red, doesn't matter. And you put breadcrumbs. Yep. And that will generate the bacteria to come, and the bacteria will transform the alcohol into acetic, into vinegar. So you're going to have a vinegar that's going to be unique from your house with the wine that you eat. And that vinegar, you're going to use it for your chimichurri, right? And your chimichurri, you need to keep it outside the fridge because you want the flavor to develop. And as it's going to have high acidity, it won't go bad, okay? You just need to make sure that all the solids are covered with or oil or vinegar, okay? I'm going to take some garlic. It's flying garlic. Can you put some vinegar inside, please, Rowan? Anybody has a question? Anybody? Nobody? Okay, this is a quite easy class, huh? With a lot of love, like 1 cup. Now, chimichurri, the longer it takes, the longer you cup. It's approximately. Doesn't have to be accurate. Come on, go for it. Come on, Rowan. Go for it. One cup, done. Olive oil. Okay, so we have onion, garlic, the beetroot, right? We're gonna put some salt, plenty of salt. The biggest difference between a house kitchen and a restaurant kitchen is fear of salt. And when I train students, I always, as they do their first assessment, the biggest problem is seasoning. Seasoning. We were in a competition last week at ICCA. Very nice plating, very nice cooking. But seasoning, there were plates that looked like, I don't know, 5 Michelin stars, not even 3. 5 Michelin stars, but flavor-wise, nothing, right? And that's something that is happening with, you're too afraid now. All in. All in. You have one life, you need to live it, right? And we're gonna mix this. Can you mix, please? Yep. So as a cook, as a chef, you should never be afraid of your seasoning. I rather eat, and this, I'm being very honest, I rather eat salty food than soulless food. For me, food that has no seasoning has no soul. So I'd rather eat salty and find the way of reducing that saltiness, eating bread, eating a potato, putting rice, whatever it is, than eating something that has no flavor. That's the worst thing that can happen. How is it doing? Can you taste it? And because I'm from South America, I'll use coriander. If you don't like coriander, I'm really sorry. I have no parsley, and I'm not a fan of parsley. I love coriander, and for the coriander, I'll chop everything. Okay, I'll chop the stems inside. If it has the roots, I'll put the roots inside, because that's where the flavor is. And I'll only chop it once. Why only once? It will get brown. Why it will get brown? Why will it get brown? So when you're cooking, there's two types of browning. Yep. One browning is caused by Maillard reaction. That's one type of browning. What's the second browning? No. No. Enzymatic browning. That's the second one. Yep. So what happens with enzymatic browning? Definition. Louder. Louder. Somebody understands enzymatic browning? Yeah, understands. Not know what it is. Understands. It's very different. Nobody? What is kept outside? So if I keep it in the fridge, no enzymatic browning? It's related with oxygen. Yes, it's related with oxygen. So let's say, let's imagine this guy has a skin, right? All the products, everything that we eat, including beef, has enzymes. Yep. Enzymes are responsible of recycling. That's what they do. They recycle. They're responsible for recycling. So when I cut, let's say there was an apple, and I cut it, and the apple, since feels this exposure to oxygen, right? That's why people say oxidation, but it's not a reaction caused by the oxygen. Yep. So it will say, guys, we have a leak. Yep. And exactly in the same way that when you cut yourself and your body fixes itself, the organism will start creating a layer, that brown layer. It's a protection for it, preventing of anything coming in. Got it? Yes? Very good, enzymatic browning. First one, in a lot of years. So how are we doing? Done? Can I go? Finished? Okay. So, did you taste this? What do you think? Is it good? Somebody wants to taste it? Okay. Farah, please taste it. I don't think I have many spoons, but we have tasting spoons? No, we have tasting forks.
Yeah, it's flagship.
Go for it. I haven't tasted it, so I don't care if you tell me if it's salt or pepper or it's rubbish. Nothing personal. How is it?
Very good.
Need something? Nothing? Nothing. Okay. So, coming back to history, right? No, first I need to give them instructions. So is this cooked?
Yes, already.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll taste it. I'm here, I'll taste it. Sad.
Huh?
Sad.
Medium rare.
Sad. No salt. Hand.
Chef.
Hand.
Here is the salt.
Hand. No salt whatsoever. And we'll add more. Sorry. You killed me, huh? I had some water. You want to give me vinegar? Okay, doesn't matter. Thank you. It's on camera. It's on camera. You gave me meat without salt to kill me. So, after this, what happened, right? There was another event related with history. And that event was something that happened after World War II. You know World War II, right? History books? Yeah? 1939 to 1945. Besides cooking, I love history. I like a lot of things. So what happened is there was this big war, you know, there was invasions and so on. The main place for fight in Europe was France. Yep. And once France got liberated, right, the government, thank you, the government, they called the chefs. They called the chefs and they said, guys, we have a problem. The problem is that our cuisine is based in protein, is based in butter, is based on cream, you know, and there's not enough. So we need to change the way that we plate. Because before you would go to a restaurant, you would ask for chicken, and you would get the whole chicken. You would ask for lamb, you would get the whole leg, right? So they said, guys, we need some. Yes? Paul Bocuse? No? Okay, we need to study, huh? So this gentleman, they said, okay guys, we're gonna change this. And they created something called La Nouvelle Cuisine, the new cuisine, right? And in the new cuisine, what was relevant? They said, we need to use less protein. Yeah, because there was no protein, right? But they wrote it very nicely in the book. We need to use less butter, and they wrote it in the book. And less fat, and less cream. And we need to serve smaller portions. Yep. And every portion should have, we're in a competition here, right? Protein, starch, veggies, and a sauce. Yep. So this historic event pushed these chefs to create this way of cooking, right? And the way of plating. So everything that you plate today is because of this. So it has a huge impact on the industry today. Yep. What happened after? What we live today, right? And this is something new. I look old, and I'm old, and I went to school around, what year are we? 28 years ago. A lot. 28 years ago, right? So when I went to school, I went to a very good school. I had outstanding chefs, very, very good chefs. And they taught me a lot of lies. A lot of lies they taught me, right? Not on purpose, but that was the way that cooking was taught, right? Because somebody, I don't know, 1900s told somebody 1920, so there was no science related to cooking, right? And that's what's interesting of the times of today, that today it's not enough just to be a cook, right? Being a chef is the most interesting time in the world in history, is what you young guys are facing today. I would love to go to school again in this time. I would love to be a student now, right? Because today, at schools, we have the responsibility of teaching how to cook in all the classics, because we have to do it, right? We have to do it. If I don't teach you how to use your knife, and I don't teach you how to saute and so on, you won't get a job. You'll go into the industry and your chefs will laugh at you, right? But today, this has to be related with science. So as an example, what did we do with the meat? How is it called this? We pan-seared it, right? Pan-seared. Everybody agrees? Pan-seared. So, when I asked my chef, why do we pan-sear? Yeah? What was his answer? His answer was, because we seal the juices inside. And I said, makes sense, right? It's hard, it looks like a wall, right? But it's a big fat lie. Because this meat, when I started it was raw, it was 72% water. If I check it today, now, if I was able to measure the humidity, it will come down to 60, 55, right? Where did that water go if I sealed it? Yeah? So it's a big fat lie. Will it keep my juices in? Not really. Will it be a difference if I pan-sear or if I boil it? No. This is water, and water, I expose it to heat, it will start moving, and it will become steam after it goes over 100 degrees, right? So why do I pan-sear? For the Maillard reaction. That's why I pan-sear. Because I want to develop, you know, color, because visually it's nice, And more important, I want to develop flavor. Everything is about flavor. And that's what we do, right? But if I don't understand that what I'm doing and why am I doing it, right? It's very difficult to create something that is new. And that's what happens today, right? When you go around and you see the teams competing and you see the food they put on the plate, right? It's really art. But it's an art that comes with a lot of science. And that's why you're very lucky, guys. Very, very lucky. If you take this approach, I always tell my students, right? It's a short program, it's very fast and so on. Make a difference. Everybody has a phone, right? The amount of information, science that you have on your phone related to cooking, it's outstanding. So as you spend 1 hour on Instagram every day, or 2 hours, or 3 hours, or 10 hours, who knows, I always say, spend 20 minutes, study. You know, download books. There's books that are outstanding. The Modernist Cuisine, I don't know if you know that book. Outstanding book of science related to cooking. It will make you better cooks, and that's the whole idea of education, and that's the whole approach that we take in ICCA. Okay? Now, this gentleman will plate this for you to try. Please enjoy it. If you want more salt, there's more salt. Thank you much. Thank you very much for being here. Hope you have a good afternoon. Hope you learned something new and something different. Okay? Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Enjoy your food. Yes. Mike. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I have no recipe. But I can, if I'll give you my card, you write me an email, and I have some recipes on chimichurri and I'll send it to you. Okay? But chimichurri is it's a sort of a recycling, action. So when I have leftover wine, I use it. Leftover oil, I use it. If I roast veggies, if I roast veggies and I roast excess, I'll mix them with chimichurri and I'll make just a cold salad. Today, we put a lot of apple vinegar. So you're going to feel it very acid. As the time goes by, that acidity will sort of come down and the chimichurri will become more smooth, right?
So you can pour it into a jar and put it in the fridge.
I do it all the time. If let's say, if I had more equipment, I would have grilled the onion, caramelize it, get that sweetness out of it, right? Same with the garlic. Chop it in. Yep. The only thing I have to be careful is, as I told you, it has to be the liquid, the mix between olive oil and the water of the onions will release and so on, plus the acidity, they have to cover. If anything solid is up above, I can have, it could go bad. It can go sour, it can produce fungi, it can get mold. So you have to be very careful on that, right? And once I go with the solids, because when let's say I'm serving meat and I put chimichurri for everybody, I'll take the solids on the plate, right? I'll be left with a lot of liquid, then I just feed fresh onions, fresh garlic, fresh whatever I have. Okay? You're very welcome. Any other questions? Rowan, any question? No? Done? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you for coming. And please try the food. Remember, there's more salt, huh? Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.